What's up, guys? Almost can't contain my excitement. This game's finally out. I have been waiting years, and for the longest time this game was simply just a myth and didn't actually exist on paper. And then finally, like a year ago, they finally announced it. It's honestly a really good call on their end. But in any case, we're here to play some day one Soul Calibur 6. And I know technically it's not really day one because the beta, but just ignore that because I didn't have access to a training list. So for now, I'm probably just going to start doing some offline stuff, honestly. That's usually how I prefer to play fighting games to start out with. That's how I think most people should, even if you do know stuff from the previous games. I might play a couple sets with a friend as well. Okay, nobody reads these anyway. Yes, I will sign my soul over to Namco. I agree, whatever.
Transcending history and the world, a tale of souls and swords eternally retold. Soul Edge, a legendary sword and devourer of souls.
Eternally retold
buried
makes
in the
sense
darkest
now.
reaches of history,
It's like a reboot.
It was brought back to light in the 16th century. The notorious pirate Cervantes claimed the sword as his own, setting everything into motion. Soul Edge adapted itself to its new owner by splitting into two. Possessed by the evil weapons, Cervantes began a bloody reign of terror, slaying all those seeking the swords without prejudice.
Yarr.
Cervantes was eventually undone. Under the protection of Hephaestus, the god of smithing, a female warrior named Sophitia was able to destroy one of the swords. Shards of the blade flew and lodged into her body, causing near mortal wounds.
They're actually putting
Seeing
lore
his
in this
chance, Cervantes raised his sword to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, there appeared a ninja known as Taki, who rescued the wounded warrior. Taki defeated Cervantes in a battle to the death before carrying the injured Sophitia away. However, one of Soul Edge's two blades still remained. Perhaps it was fate. The blade fell into the hands of Siegfried, whose mind was twisted and unwell.
We actually get cutscenes.
A pillar of light pierced the heavens, the product of rampant evil, the evil seed.
Gross.
No one could have predicted it would become a catalyst for catastrophe across the world. Our story takes place in the 16th century.
That's the 1500s for anybody who doesn't know math. Okay. Yep. I don't have a wireless controller. Okay. So first of all, wait, where's the training? Is that in battle? Yeah, okay. Also, I should have Tira, unless I have to, like, go to the store or something. I already downloaded
Welcome
the
to
code.
the stage of history retold.
Where's Tira? Got that dude. So everybody's just playable from the start. No unlocking or purchasing or anything like that. Okay, so yeah, I probably have to go on the store or something and redeem the code that I just downloaded.
Yoshimitsu.
Yeah, they're going with the basic 1-player, 2-player colors. So. Okay, we'll just trade this dude.
The target is mine.
Okay. Not a huge amount of stages, but I'm sure it'll probably increase later on. Let's see. Here's hoping the net play is better than what it was in the beta. Okay, this is the Inferno area. I wish that was still a just frame. I don't think I can just frame that anymore either. Okay, that's just 1A. 1A now. Alright, let's go through this move list. Empiric Rain, yeah, that's target combo. Oh. That, does that work? Okay. Yeah, I know about lethal hits, but I still have no idea how it works. Let's see, do they go into lethal hits? Boy, this thing is not very good for sighting out. Okay, lethal hits, here we go. Certain attacks will cause what's known as a lethal hit under certain specific circumstances, so they're not going to tell me. When a lethal hit occurs, your opponent's movements will slow down, allowing you to perform even deadlier combos. You also receive a bonus boost to your soul gauge. Okay, oh, I see, here we go. Wait. How do I scroll down? Or maybe that's all I can scroll to. It can only be triggered using moves within each fighting style that are specifically designed for that purpose. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like crush counters in Street Fighter. Okay. Okay. So that's probably a thing, right? I can do that. Yeah, okay. Let's see exactly how Yoshimitsu's soul charging works. Use for free. Greatly reduced effort. Oh, okay. New moves become available. Oni killer. AA. Oh. They made his freaking ear slicer that. That's sad. I was wondering where that went. We don't need that. It's just from A, B. Yeah, apparently. Jeez, they got a lot of auto combos. Or target combos, I guess. Okay. Okay, so that's just straight up A plus B. You don't have to like press a Brave Edge button or anything. Okay, so you can turn around and do that. So that wasn't me pressing a single button. That just kind of did it by itself. This is why I don't like that button. You don't even have to do anything. So this is me not pressing anything. Okay. So by default it just does a thing. Okay, so his Brave Edge thing. Okay, there's gotta be something I can do out here. No. No, that like hard knockdowns now. I just have to do that. Okay, that doesn't hard knockdown anymore. I plus after it though. Oh, that's wall bounce. So this thing has like a limited duration of the wall. Okay, so that is like the older Soul Calibur. So you hold it and it puts you in the stance. Okay, so we got that. Okay, so that's 2B. Nice, okay. That's honestly what I would want to do for that. Oh, that's a tech trap. Okay, now we're learning stuff. And for some reason this is a thing. I guess it doesn't do a ton of damage. But it's still annoying. This thing is already annoying enough. You do it so fast. And if you do this, you can trick the person out and do that.
How is this?
Oh. Huh. That's an attack thing, if he does it in the air. Oh. No, maybe.
How is this?
How did I do that? Oh, okay, so it has to be like hard crumple. Is it the thing? No. Drat. Oh, it is a thing. Should have time it right. That's cool. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so let's, yeah. Okay, so let's, let's see. 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 Okay, so let's, does that do? 40 damage? Okay. That was the exact same damage. Oh, but that gives me meter. Oh no, it gives me meter either way. Well, what's the point of it being adjusted? Is it just that it comes out faster? Okay, you can still do that, but you have to hold it now. Oh, you can't do that into Pogo. Unless there's some way to do that. Okay, I need to probably look at this move list. There's no. Okay. So he has a back grab and a forward grab and a regular neutral grab. Huh. The way it used to be. Let's see if I can set in a quick rise. Oh. Ooh, that's a tech trap. That is a tech trap. Okay, that's just guaranteed. Okay, that's a tech trap. Oh wait, no, I know what I can do after that. So I do this. Oh man, I have to time that right. It's not bad. Set this to guard after first attack if I can. No, not guard impact. Stand, guard all. There we go. Okay. Still not enough. That's on counter hit. Yeah, that's still blockable on the first hit, even on counter hit. Oh, that's a tech trap now. Well, it was before, but you had to like delay it in a weird way. Okay, now how do I... Ooh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I can't just loop that. That would be crazy. Okay, so yeah, that would do a reset at that point. Oh, that's a tech trap too. Okay, that's enough messing around here. Let's actually see. Some of Yoshi's moves now. Rainbow drop. Okay, so we still got that. Yeah. Why are these? These don't seem like they're in any particular order, but I guess that's what happens when it's the main attacks. It's just like these are the things you want to learn first. Yeah, that thing. We already know that. So that seems to like crumple them on the floor, or it makes them crumple standing. Okay, yeah, I had a feeling that was a combo, but I think I actually got it once in the beta. That's a thing. Yes, still got that combo. Although it's only up against the corner. Yeah. So this is now just a corner pressure move. But it looks cool. Okay. Oh, that actually was a combo. Like, I could have kept going with that. Just forced him standing. Okay. Why does that make me do that? Oh, it's reversed on this side. So weird. Pressing G. Wow, that takes a while to break from that.
Unbelievable.
I don't even think that even breaks it. That's right, that's just straight up his thing.
Bitterness.
Oh, he just does that. I can't like time it. there's no just frame version of that. Okay, so that doesn't give him all of that stuff. So he can still do that. Okay, so that's a block. That's a thing. That combos. That's half your health, almost. I don't know if that's a tech trap or what it is. Let's see what happens if he doesn't Ukemi. No, that is straight up a combo. Let's take counter hit off, just so we can make sure none of those are a vector.
Bitterness.
No, that is just straight up a combo. That's nuts.
Bitterness.
I bet I can do this too. If I counter hit him with it. Now, that's way too long. Yeah, that's way too long. How about this though? Nah.
Such power.
Okay, so that just OTGs. It forces him into like a stun state. Okay, that's awesome. What can I do after that? I don't think I can really do much. Just looks cool.
How is this? What's this? How is this?
Okay. That's considered a combo? Oh no, that's... I was doing the right thing. That's a combo. Okay. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's the other thing I forgot. Head. Okay. budge unless he's in the corner. So I'd probably be better off doing the other one. Oh yeah, that's right. That's dirty. Let's see. Can't make him roll or anything like that. Huh. It's a weird feature. Any stuns where I can get him with that? Maybe in the corner.
No escape!
Yeah, I can do that in the corner. Oh, but that doesn't give what I want. Okay. Oh, okay, so they just straight up teach you that, so that's something they would have taught me anyway. Okay. Silly. Okay, those are his main attacks. Okay, so that does differently. Huh, okay.
How will this play out? From dawn. How will this play out?
Okay, so he actually hits that. Okay, that's...
How will this play out? How will this play out? Betrayal.
Okay, ah, that's what that is. Okay.
How will this play out?
That's awesome. So that would be to combat it if it had...
How will this play out? How will this play out? Betrayal.
Huh, so that'll crouch horizontal.
Spry. Betrayal.
Okay. Doesn't do anything. No, I think that's just there. Okay, so how do I... It's like, that's not 11k. But it's also like 99, unless my controller is just bad. And I'm using an old 360 controller because they don't sell new ones. Let's see. Aw. That just seems like his go-to OTG for everything. Like everything he does crumbles. Okay, yeah, we already know that one. Gotcha. Oh, okay, so you can wait to do it at the end. Whoops. Okay. I don't know why you'd want to do it that way. Oh, okay. Like that one. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, it won't let me turn around. I was thinking I could do that since it hits him in a weird way. I could do that and then it would put him like behind me and I turn around and do that. But it's not gonna work. No, that's not good. Ooh, that crumples. Okay, I can do that. Okay, that does 75 damage. That is 79. I wish that OTG'd still. Okay, that's not what I did though. Oh, it's down and... So he still has his penguin side. Yeah, he still got that to some extent. That was my favorite thing to do with Yoshimitsu before. Can't really do it as fluidly.
Here I come!
None of those cancel into his flea. That's too bad.
Hold up!
Soul charge thing only. Huh. Huh. That's so freaking sick. Okay, wait a minute. Aw, he doesn't do the full thing. Or wait, do I have to... Okay, I have to keep doing it. Okay. So this might actually be a combo. Yes, that is so awesome. Just mash B. It's so sick. I still have a little bit of meter to spare. It's too bad. Where's the... Where's the friggin' restart thing? Am I just blind and I don't see position reset settings? Oh. Another one? Oh, like that. Okay, gotcha. Okay. That's definitely sick. Ooh. So that's how he does that now. That's nuts. Jeez. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm not doing this right. Not doing this right. Oh. Ah, it's not letting me do it. No. I know I did it before. Okay. Yeah, okay, so you can't steer it anymore. Unless you're doing it like while you're... No, you can't steer it anymore. That's too bad. Well, let's see if I can still do this. Okay, so it's... No. Damn it, that would have been so good. Okay. Well, he still doesn't seem like he has as much stuff normally as he would in Soul Calibur 4, but he still got a lot more than he would in 5.
What's this? No! Thank you, thanks!
Oh, he did do the thing.
No! Thank you, thanks!
Or maybe that's just what it is. Okay, so he's got that. Okay, now I have to try this. Okay, no, that doesn't do it. Jeez, you can just move like that. Of course, it soul charge, then it'll do it regardless. Magic Car Fist is horizontal now. Okay, so you can do that while crouching now. Okay. A little basic. Huh. That's interesting. Aw, that doesn't stun him like it does. That doesn't come Jeez, that does even more damage than it used to. Holy crap. I need to find out Tech Traps how to do that. No, that's not it. It's not gonna do anything. Wait a minute. If I do... What was it that I did before? What was it? It's this, I think.
Unbelievable.
Of course, it's a block. Which one was it? It's a shame. Oh, that launches him. Okay. Yeah, so you need to do the just trim on that for it to work. Strict timing. combo. Not as strict as doing IMCF into B slide A, but still. Not worth it, but
Unbelievable.
shame you can't do that. Okay, so there was that. So I'll just turn away. Yeah, then that's it. Okay. Oh, that's what that is now. Okay. I wonder if we can do that. I can if they stay on the floor. Okay, so you can. Gotcha. Still do that.
What's this? Front door. Front door.
Oh, okay, so you can do that. Oh, okay, so you can go behind them. Do it in place. So you stand in front of them. That's good to know. Let's get that one. But they kept that moving. That move's always fun. That's what I was just messing with. Okay, that move. That does a little bit more if I hold it all the way. Oh, I can do it after that. Sweet. Okay, so I have to. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I was saying that looked like it should have been a combo, but I guess you just have to stun him a little bit more with the hold version. And this has no use now because you can't do it while facing backwards. See, auto positions now. Oh, okay, I guess it doesn't necessarily. Okay. That's good. That's good. Oh, weird on that though. Okay, so yeah, that's the only instance where you can do that. There's something where you like knock them down and then jump on, jump over. Yep. Okay. Gotcha. So that's kind of what you're gonna have to do now. Seems kind of specific. Yeah, it auto corrects on that one.
No escape. No escape.
It's really specific. I guess that's more if like they're trying to sidestep you. You can do that, or you can just do it to dodge through stuff.
No escape.
Like it was really fun, like Matrix dodging Ezio's gunshots with that. Oh, that's new. Okay, so that's his 4B now.
How is this?
No, there's nothing I can do. Oh, this is specifically crouching now. Yeah, it's just regular that does that.
Unbelievable.
How is this?
Okay. Well, we already know what the Death Copter stuff is. Okay, so you can... Ah, so there's like 3 different versions you can cancel into. Okay. I don't remember if that was a thing or not. I know you can always cancel like that. That. There's that. Oh, okay, so that's A plus B. Gotcha. That works. I wonder if I can still get there, right? Oh, you can to some extent. Okay, you can still do that to some extent. You can't. Oh.
Unbelievable.
Well, if you do something like this. Eh. You're better off doing the other thing. Instance, Magic Dragonfly.
This cannot be solid.
He still has that. Does he still have Iron Fist Possession? I don't think he has Iron Fist Possession.
Quiet. Sword. Enough. Front off! Front off! Heal! Front off! Heal! Now! Front off! Heal! Front off!
Do this so it's.
Front off! Heal! Front off! Front off! Heal!
Oh, that's right. You have to hold it
Front off! Heal!
and turn around.
Front off! Heal! Front off! Heal!
Okay, so that no longer puts him into.
Front off! Heal!
That no longer puts him into the one stance.
Front off! Heal!
Okay. That's that. That's his B grab.
Paradise!
Side throws. Okay. Okay. That's his move list. Okay. About an hour going into his move list. Okay. So that can
How is this?
Oh, that's Yoshimitsu. I know his gauge works kind of like he steals stuff. That's cool that they actually give you like one of these now. Still uses lightning fast attacks, so moving quickly and landing swift strikes. Okay, counter. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, his shtick is that he drains your soul gauge and builds it through draining it. Yeah, I figured as much. I'm gonna have to really look at Zosimo and how his time stop crap works with the orbs. Hit moves from the Magic Dragonfly can be changed. Blocked. Okay, so yeah, this is straight up rock, paper, scissors. If you use A, then they have to use B. If you use K, then it'll dodge the B. They straight up say B is a vertical scissor attack. It's just scissors. K is paper, A is rock, B is scissors. You heard it here. Well, it's still a cool system, it's just... Translevel Soul Edge. Okay.
Now what? How will this play out? What's this? Now how will this play out?
Okay. That's enough Yoshimitsu for now. He Still seems like he's lacking compared to 4. Like he doesn't have as much mix-ups and stuff, but I could be very wrong. It could just be that they have stuff arranged differently. Let's see what we can do with creation here. Okay. Gotcha. Select data sign, just customizes. I don't. Okay. Ah. I didn't think you could actually like. Oh, you actually can. Huh. So this just counts as part of his character creation stuff. Interesting. Gosh. Yeah, looks like they really did kind of, unless you unlock a bunch more later. That's usually how it is, but let's see. Oh, he actually has like a body in this game. That's weird. There's naked Yoshimitsu. You have to spend money to get the cat head, of course. And you got the Hanya mask. Oh, at least they got that one. That's a cool helmet. I think they could have just imported a lot of the equipment over and it would have been fine. Yeah, he's got a bodysuit. It's not gay at all. What the hell is this? Oh, that's Bolo's outfit. Okay. Yoshimitsu and spandex. That's a thing. Could be a fancy Raphael Yoshimitsu. I'll probably fiddle with that later on my own time. Seems pretty neat though. Okay, guessing this is how season pass. Hmm. Okay. So how do I go about doing this? Oh, download. Here we go. I guess it's just that one download pack right now. Can't be any worse than Soul Calibur 5 story, that's for sure. Okay. So they don't have like individual story mode for each character, they just have like, and this is where
Transcending
this person
history
comes
and
from.
the world, a tale of souls and swords eternally
We already
retold.
saw this, I think.
Soul Edge, a legendary sword and devourer of souls. Buried in the darkest reaches of history, it was brought back to light in the 16th century. The notorious pirate Cervantes claimed the sword as his own, setting everything into motion. Soul Edge adapted itself to its new owner by splitting into two. Possessed by the evil weapons, Cervantes began a bloody reign of terror, slaying all those seeking the swords without prejudice. Cervantes was eventually undone. Under the protection of Hephaestus, the god of smithing, a female warrior named Sophitia was able to destroy one of the swords. Shards of the blade flew and lodged into her body, causing near mortal wounds. Seeing his chance, Cervantes raised his sword to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, there appeared a ninja known as Taki, who rescued the wounded warrior. Taki defeated Cervantes in a battle to the death before carrying the injured Sophitia away. However, one of Soul Edge's two blades still remained.
Yeah, we already saw this.
Perhaps
Siegfried gets evil, takes the sword. What it is about like the engine
of
they
light
use
pierced the heavens, the product of
or
rampant
something,
evil.
but it
The
seems like a
evil
lot of the male
seed.
models just have like really puffy lips
No
for
one
some
could
reason.
have predicted it would.
Okay, well we got through the first Chronicle of Souls, that was easy. Just had to watch a cutscene. The evil seed emanated from the cursed blade one fateful day in Spain. Released a bright light that burst forth, affecting lands far and wide, even as far afield as Ling Shang Su. I like to play this guy.
A tragedy befell this place. Ling Shensu Temple was a famous
Interesting
martial arts school in the
style.
far reaches of China. It was
all
there
painting-esque.
Killick learned to master the staff after he was abandoned as a child. Killick ate and slept with the other students and began his training at a young age. Despite this, he established a family-like bond with just one other student, Shang Len, a young girl who was like an elder sister to him. Dedicated to the way of the sword, she looked after Killick as if they were siblings. So close was their bond that when one felt happy or sad, the other would feel the same. Together they studied and grew as warriors. The years passed by. Killick's skill earned him a place as a teacher, an honorable position for one so young. Throughout the ages, Ling Sheng Su Temple had kept hold of the three sacred treasures, Krita Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. Killick's years of arduous training earned him the title of rightful bearer of the staff, Kali Yuga. Likewise, Shang Len was also designated bearer of Dvapara Yuga, a sacred mirror.
And then one of them's the Soul Calibur.
Our story begins on the night before the ritual for passing the treasures on to their new masters.
Xianglin, can I ask you something?
Sure.
How come you were chosen to bear Devapara Yuga? I thought you'd get Krita Yuga. After all, you've dedicated your life to the sword.
Kilik, this is not easy for me to talk about.
Did you just say
but I'm
Kilik?
going to try. The Krita Yuga, it's no longer at Ling Shangsu. The sword has been gone for more than a decade. All that's left is the Kali Yuga and the Devapara Yuga.
Really?
Surprised? Well, there's more. The one who stole the Krita Yuga was none other than my father.
Edgemaster.
That's why I don't have the right to bear it. If I were to accept the sword, everyone would be up in arms.
He doesn't even use it though. He
That's
just uses
why,
every
even though it was
character's
offered to
weapon.
me, I decided to decline. Of course, I love Ling Shangsu, and I do wish to see my studies through to their conclusion. It's just... I just don't want the sacred treasures, or my status as a sacred bearer, or anything else to hold me back. You know what the monks say. Fate is carved with your own hands. When I spoke to them about that, they decided to let me bear Devapara Yuga instead. Now I can feel proud that I'm a sacred bearer just like you. You know something, Kilik?
What?
It's okay. Never mind. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
Me too.
And so it was Kilik and Xianglin were set to attend the official ritual for becoming sacred bearers. But the night before the ritual, a terrible calamity plunged everything into chaos. Drawn by the Kali Yuga in Kilik's hand, the evil seed came to Ling Shangsu Temple. The monks, driven insane by the evil force, began slaying each other, turning the temple into hell on earth.
What have I done?
Look, it's a generic custom character. I bet I'm gonna have to fight him.
Everyone, stop this madness! Take this!
Okay. Jeez, all his inputs are pretty different. That.
Scream! Take this! Stay down! Can't handle this? Come on!
Bang.
Come on!
Yeah, I win. That was so difficult. I'm sure it's probably gonna get harder in difficulty though. Maybe not, since it's just a story.
It's kill or be killed!
What?
Xianglin?
Aren't they like monks? I thought kill or be killed was like
Get a hold
against
of
their
yourself,
strategy,
Xianglin.
against their teachings.
Xianglin! God! Xianglin?
That's why he got that scar on his face. Killick awoke, he found himself in an unfamiliar cave temple. While he was passed out, an old man had been taking care of him. Aside from identifying himself as a weapon expert from Lingsheng Su, the old man spoke little. Okay, well, I'm thirsty, so I'm gonna take a quick break here just to grab something to drink. I will be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Okay.
Where am I? Did you save me? Who are you?
Who are you? He really doesn't
You
say
have
much.
yet to recover from your injuries. Rest. And that mirror, Devapara Yuga. Wear it always. There will be grave consequences if you do not. Understand?
Oh, Shyamalan. So, the power of Devapara Yuga saved me. That means Shyamalan. She gave it to me. She sacrificed her life for me. And then I, with my bare hands. Why?
It's
Tell
in
me,
your
son.
anger that you killed her.
Why am I still alive?
Have you not realized yet? You are being protected. Devapara Yuga suppresses the evil within you.
Evil?
The old man proceeded to tell a tale. He told Killick about the evil seed. How Devapara Yuga had pulled Killick back from the brink of insanity. How Kali Yuga had the ability to absorb power, and how it was falling under an evil spell. And finally, he told Killick about Soul Edge.
Your fate will be set in stone the moment you lose your will to live. Your soul will be swallowed whole by your destiny, leaving behind but a rotten corpse. That is but one path you may take.
Can we play as Edgemaster? That would be nice.
But perhaps
like random styles.
It is the path you wish to take. To submit to that evil sword and its wicked power? Is that what you wish?
I think Inferno should have been like Edgemaster if you played him online, but offline he'd be like the broken nightmare style.
Xianglin, she told me fate is carved with your own hands. Xianglin gave her life so I could live. That leaves me only one choice.
From that day forth, Killick bore the heavy weight of his karma. As Xianglin's slayer and the last living member of Ling Shangsu, he chose to face his cruel fate head-on.
His name is just Edgemaster. My name is Mr. Edge Master. First name, last name.
If you continue upon this path, the evil within you will create a second soul edge out of Kali Yuga. The only reason you and Kali Yuga have yet to succumb is because of Devapara Yuga's power. However, all is not lost. You can learn to control the evil within.
Yes, Master.
That was a good take. Yes, Master.
Is that it? If this tests you so
Quality voice
dearly,
acting.
how do you intend to stand up to evil?
Sorry, Master.
I can't bash though. He's a pretty decent guy.
You must first control yourself. Mastering your own will is the key to overcoming malice.
Yes, Master.
The enemy is powerful. You must stand strong, whoever your opponent.
Yes, Master.
Here's a bear. How am I supposed to beat a bear with a stick?
Killick, your next opponent awaits.
Do I get to fight a bear?
Who?
Oh.
Sometimes things reveal themselves when you fight.
I understand, Master.
It's Xianghua. And then he's gonna be like, whoa, you're Xianglan. And then she's like, no. No.
Battle 1.
Oh, it's just some inserted character.
Scream! I'm ready! Take this! Bullseye! See!
Battle 2. Fight!
It must be done! Too close! Come on! See?
Let me do that.
Sweet! Come on! Got it!
Oh, that's just A now.
Fight!
Gotcha!
Weird.
Scream! I'm ready! Not quite!
That's the thing.
So, did you learn something?
Yes. I believe I felt how delicate the balance is between myself and evil.
Oh, I should have turned into Evil Killick.
I
Just
see.
just to make that more
Then
funny.
the time has almost come.
Master?
It is nothing. What are you doing? You have yet to finish your training for the day.
Unless
Yes,
it's like
Master.
story mode limits him from using it.
Killik, you have borne the burden of your training well.
Yes, Master.
Now we shall see how you fare against me.
An actual fight with you? It would be an honor.
Oh, maybe Edgemaster actually is in this game.
Why do you hold back?
Oh, never
Come at
mind.
me.
They're just
Yes, Master.
flavor text.
Yeah!
Yeah, look at how our portraits clash at each other. So epic.
You have improved. I understand why you were chosen to bear Kali Yuga.
Because they had a fade out and it just showed the exact same scene.
Killik, a shadow lies upon your soul. Take heed. If it envelops you completely, the evil within you will stir, and in time, tear at your soul until there is nothing left. You need to banish that shadow. I have shown you how to control evil. The rest is up to you.
Yes, Master.
Killik, this will be your final test. You must seal away Soul Edge, the cause of all this madness, and cleanse yourself of evil.
Yes, Master.
Head west. Keep going to where the wielder of Soul Edge awaits in the heart of a great maelstrom. You must live on, as have I.
Okay, sorry about that. Had a phone call. Okay. Hey, it's
So you want
generic
to head
custom
west,
character guy
ya?
number 2.
Guess you're in luck, cause that's where we're going. But I warns ya, our ship ain't what you call luxurious.
I'm a pirate.
I don't
Gar.
care, as long as you're heading west. So, can I join you?
Sure, why not? But it could end up costing you a pretty penny. Huh? Oi, driver! Where's you going? This ain't the way to the dock.
Huh?
You deaf
assassin.
or something?
What the?
Look at how he's got the assassin hat.
He's been consumed by evil.
I'll kill you!
Damn. You leave me no choice.
He's a Malfested. We should kill all the Malfested and then turn into Anakin, just like in Soul Calibur 5. I'm just hoping that we're just gonna rule that game as not canon and just throw it out.
One. Fight!
Scream! It must be done!
Next time.
Stay down!
Whoa.
Take this! Gotcha!
Still have no idea how this thing works.
Battle 2. Fight!
That's right, that's so weird.
Could this be?
Okay.
Whew! You saved me. Even us pirates ain't safe from bandits when we's on land. Thanks, matey.
Sure. That was no ordinary bandit. It takes me back to that night. The shadow upon my soul. Xianglin, am I strong enough?
Sailor and saved. This is the part of the story where we run into Maxie. So, I'm hoping these stories are like
So, you're the guy who saved one of our own?
each individual
On
person
behalf of our
has this
Captain
long of a
Maxie,
story.
I welcome you aboard. But, I'm gonna have to take that mirror from you till we hit land. Sound reasonable?
This is one thing I can't give you.
It's not even a mirror. It
not?
looks like freaking like
Just gonna hold on to it.
belt
Ain't
made
like
of
it's payment
brooches.
for your ride or nothing.
This is a keepsake from my sister.
A keepsake, eh? You know, I don't know what I'd have done if it weren't for Maxie.
Why are we listening to his thoughts?
Okay, fine. I like you. I'll go speak to Maxie for you. You're one of us
I
now.
wonder if I left the oven on.
Thank you.
Don't
like-
mention it.
Just random peer into some random guy's mind.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, oh. That's how I have
It
a
seems
friendly
the
chat with
captain
my
has the
friends.
trust of his crew.
I talk to them
You'll
like
see why
freaking
once you
Sims
meet him.
players.
He ain't been back since he stepped on land. Probably got stuck at the bottom of a glass. What the?
It's a bear.
What?
Oh no, it's not a bear. It's lizard men. Astrototh.
Who do you think you are? You got some nerve thinking you can pick a fight with one of us. Hey, Killick, right?
I mean, he does have a giant axe, and he's like twice your size.
No, I want to join in.
In that case, welcome to the crew. It's showtime!
Oh, Lizard Man. So
Take this! Gotcha! Not quite! See ya! Hey! Come on! See ya! Gotcha! Boom! See ya! Stay down! Gotcha! See ya! KO! See! Stay down! Take this! Take this!
how did I do that?
Come on! See! Come on! I'll crush you! Gotcha!
Why did they switch out his forward horizontal with his standing horizontal? That makes no sense. Like, this makes more sense to be a light, a neutral, and this makes more sense to be a forward. Wait, that is Lizard Man. So we're gonna get Lizard Man style later on. Confirmed.
Scream! Bring up!
It never ends.
I don't understand. Why will you not relinquish your ego and let the evil consume you?
Who the hell are you?
Is it because of that mirror? You fool! Remember the massacre you caused? You let yourself run wild! I shall destroy the mirror and free you from its shackles!
Look out, Killick!
Count!
Worlds grew for greater adventures. He went far and wide, across the 7 seas, in search of One Piece. Then he found out that One Piece was in their hearts all
Who is
along.
this abomination?
It was the friendships
How
they made
dare
along
he
the way.
harm my family? Have at you.
Maxie.
Maxie
Yeah,
looks fine
this is bad.
in this picture. Like, he looks way different. He looks more like the old Soul Calibur Maxie models. But then you look at the actual model and he's got like really big lips and a really big jaw.
He'll pay for this. He will pay.
Who the hell are you? No matter. You're just another sacrifice. He still needs strong souls to increase his strength. Fall back.
Stop right there. What? What's with this guy? We We gotta fight him too? He's one of us. Okay, so I won't kill him. Just save your strength.
So now I'm playing Maxi.
Battle 1.
Okay.
Fight! See!
Didn't play Maxi at all in this game, so...
Stand aside! This ain't easy, but I'm getting there. Try this! You're mine!
Jeez, he's just got like auto combos now. Just press Y. Press Y for everything. I mean, he always kind of had that, but it did different stuff. Wait, I thought I said I wasn't killing him.
Am I too battle 3? Fight! See! How's this? Don't go blaming me if I overdo it. Go get some rest. Going somewhere? Am I too fast for you? Stand there. Going somewhere? Jeez. As if I
Oh, my
didn't
B
have
button
better
is
things.
sticking. Great.
Damn, got my work cut out for me. The mirror doesn't work. The only option I've got is to kill him. You can thank Cam. Adios, Cam. Everyone.
Oh, that guy died.
Take kill quest.
I think it would have been way cooler if they just went back to Soul Calibur 3 and just did
I know
the story
Cam.
mode that way. Like
know.
that choose your own adventure
It's like
crap
you
was
said.
like
He's one of us.
solid for
I
a
ain't
story
leaving
mode.
him behind.
It was more like an arcade mode, but
And you
still
know,
it was gave
Those
you
guys will be back
options,
for him.
gave you replayability,
We will get our
gave you
revenge.
like a lot of
It's
challenge.
the only reason I live for now.
I still maintain content-wise that 3 is the best. Well, it's the best in the form of like offline stuff, like single player stuff. Killick awoke Maxi, chose not to admonish him, but instead to console the warrior as he wallowed in feelings of guilt. That was a pretty edgy sentence. As Killick and Maxi journeyed on together, they ended up becoming close friends. Then one day, a man appeared before them, blocking their way. What the hell are you doing in this desert?
Are you that nunchaku wielder who wants me dead?
Maxi?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, you're thinking of Lee
So,
Long. He's
what's
a different
the
dude.
deal?
What? I thought all warriors knew you have to strike first.
I know it's
Hold on
easy
a
to
sec.
confuse them because they both use nunchucks.
Looks like we're
and
done talking.
one's like a
I
copy
may
paste
look
style of the
easy
other,
going,
but you
I
know
never
they're
back
completely
down
different
from a
people.
challenge.
You're sure one plucky fellow. I will honor you with a duel.
That's
Don't
another
blame
thing Soul
me if you
Calibur
get
3
hurt.
had. They had like all the extra styles, and they had like bonus characters. Like you could play as Huang and Li Long, and like all those cool characters kind of as like a throwback. And they had Amy as a bonus character, who ended up having her own style.
Battle 1.
Hopefully she doesn't come back. I cannot stand it.
My philosophy is to strike or be struck.
I can get on board with that. Going somewhere? Ria! Ever forward! Try this! You're mine! Yeah! Ria! Ever forward! Battle 2. Stand aside. Try this.
You still have this?
You're mine.
No. Yeah, he still has that.
Try this. You're mine.
Okay, so he has just frames, but they're like auto just frames. Freaking B button is stuck.
Going somewhere? Ready? Try this. That's it?
I want to see it. There we go, I saw him.
Oh boy, looking good. Wait, what do you mean you got the wrong person?
I'm sorry. I am Mitsurugi. So many people want me dead, it's hard to keep track.
Seriously? You may want to rethink your life choices.
Give me a sec.
Well, if you seek Soul Edge, the most powerful weapon ever, you're bound to attract trouble, right?
Soul Edge?
We've got our own beef with that.
Well, this is quite a coincidence. Let me just give you this word of advice. Beware of the ninja Taki. Soul Edge and her go hand in hand. So long!
The hell was up with that guy?
No idea.
He put up a good fight. I'll give him that. Is everyone that's looking for Soul Edge like him?
Just try not to overdo it, okay, Maxie?
Ha! You worry too much. If anything, you're the one we need to keep an eye on.
Yeah! Ta! Yeah!
What? Is that the Ling Shang Su style sword technique? Shang Len?
Why is he staring?
They could be twins.
Huh? Ling Shang Su? I've heard of it. My mother might have trained there when she was younger. She taught me how to use a sword. Admit it, you're impressed.
Yeah, I am. You move very, gracefully.
Thank you. Are you traveling somewhere?
Yeah, I'm heading west.
Really? Me too. What are you doing around here?
I just, happen to be passing through.
I see. It must be fate.
Oh.
A shadow lies upon your soul.
So, I'm Shanghua, and you are?
I...
Hey, Killick! You found someone you want to bring along? Haha, I can't take my eye off you for 5 seconds, can I?
No, it's not...
We're going in the same direction. The more the merrier. Thanks, Killick.
Okay.
Nightmare? So he's the wielder of Soul Edge?
If my investigations are correct, yes.
Kind of an over-the-top name, isn't it? Okay, let's go over everything. They're banding together. And their leader is Nightmare. He's friends with the jerk I'm after. A real piece of work called Astaroth. Then there's that lizard freak. And a woman called Ivy, who uses a whip sword. That's one hell of a crew.
We could end up facing a whole army. Nightmares are like phantoms. Wherever they appear, they slaughter everyone in sight. They're monsters.
What do they want?
Who knows?
Killick, doesn't your master know anything about all this?
I don't know.
Well, that's just great.
Still, whatever we do, I think our paths will cross at some point.
Yeah, at some point.
Great.
Okay. Sorry about that. That was a lot of crap all happening at once. So, had maintenance dudes that were scheduled to like come in and do maintenance on the place and do like an inspection. So I had to deal with that. And then I was hungry, so I grabbed something. And I had to go to the bathroom. So, I apologize, but we are back now. To all 0 people watching live and however many people watch the archive of this. I apologize for all the pauses.
The order stands as it was.
Understood. I will make contact shortly.
Show me what you've got.
What?
There's 2 swords now. This is very unprecedented.
If this is all you have, then your fate is to die here.
Battle 1. Fight!
Gotcha! Who are you?
I have no reason to answer.
Stay down! Gotcha! Take this!
Do this.
Take this! I shall accept this test.
Gotta be something I can do after that.
Gotcha!
Battle 2. Fight! Take this!
Oh, that's how you do it.
Take this! Come on!
Did it again. I don't know.
Take this!
Ling Shang Subo! Gotcha! Stay down! Ling Shang Subo! Stay down! You're mine!
Another maybe tech trap or something.
For this team! Come on! That was a tough one.
Battle 3. Fight!
Still got the thing. Pew pew. Okay.
Where do you take this?
Your weakness!
You did a thing.
Come on!
You can totally tell I don't play killer.
Take this! Take this! Ling Shang Subo!
Good, you let go of block.
I strike! No reserve! Om Vajra Dharma Kilik.
What he said.
So it seems my information was sound.
Well, I don't think it's
will
pronounced
tell you
Vastra. I
one
think it's
thing.
pronounced like Vastra.
Nightmare has established
That's all
a
I know
base in an abandoned
about whatever
castle
language
called
that is.
Ostrinesburg. Head there if you seek Soul Edge.
What? Who the hell are you?
Killick, are you okay?
Yes, fine.
Tell me, Killick, who exactly are you? People seem out to get you.
I apologize for getting you involved in all this.
Stop acting so formal. Fine. I'll open up first. I've been hiding something from you.
I'm pregnant.
I'm
what?
searching for Soul Edge too.
Really?
My country, the Ming Empire. You know it, right? It's going through some hard times. Violence is the norm. In the hope of saving our land, the Emperor asked me directly to search for the hero's sword, also known as Soul Edge. So, that's what I'm trying to do. I may not look like one, but I'm a soldier. Surprised? Well, it means I've been involved in this from the start. You're the first person I've told. It was supposed to be an Imperial secret. Does that affect things between us?
I think I remember Zhonglan was her mother, but
Sorry.
Zhonglan died.
I knew some time ago I would have to tell you everything.
So was this just like a secret that Zhonglan kept from Killick all
So
this
I'll
time?
just say it.
So she had a daughter
Soul
that she
Edge is
trained and
evil.
everything?
It isn't gonna save your empire.
I have no
Okay,
idea.
if you say so, it must be true. I thought it was a little strange.
I know the Edge Master's her
How could
grandpa.
that so-called hero sword save our land? Okay, that settles it. I'm gonna stick with you, Killick.
What? But...
My duty is important to me, but I want to know the truth. I want to see it for myself. Okay, when this journey's over, escort me back to my land. With Maxie too, of course. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Oh, there'll be a
what have I
butt there.
gotten myself into? I guess it's fate.
Don't you worry about that. I know fate has plunged you into misfortune, but my mother always said, fate is carved with your own hands. I'm kidding?
Oh, right. Never mind then.
My mother always said, I'm dead. I'm going to die one day. That was her favorite thing that she told me every night. Once in Europe, a group of travelers headed to Athens in Greece, and that's where they met Sophidia, because that's the only thing that makes sense if they're in Greece.
Yes? Is something the matter?
Okay, that picture does not match what her model shows.
It's just, you look a little sad.
Oh, really?
Pardon me, but are you a traveler?
Well, you could say
See, I
that.
think it's funny,
I
they
am
reused all
too.
the assets from the previous Soul Caliburs.
I mean, I am from this town.
So, like,
I
the fact
came
that
to
they're
this
trying
shrine
to make all
pray
the
before
characters
embarking
young
on my journey.
is silly.
You're a warrior, aren't you?
Yes.
I was too. I fought for the longest time. It is why I can never simply pass by someone with as forlorn a countenance as yours.
There is something I must do.
When you find a reason to fight, you find a reason to punish yourself. I was the same.
There are some things we are powerless to do anything about.
People speak of fate, but I wonder if there is worth in sacrificing yourself for it.
I feel so uncertain.
The darkness of the soul can be troubling.
It's always with me, like a real shadow, dark and unshakable.
Yet all is not lost.
I can't just forget the past in order to save myself.
It is no bad thing to keep hold of the past. Those dear to you will always be in your memories. Still. The past is the past, if you ask me. There are those you need to
And then they
protect in the
kiss.
here and now. So,
This turns into a
you should wear a
fanfic.
more fitting expression.
Okay.
Listen to me babbling on. I have to go.
Are you okay?
Yes. Pain does indeed lie in the past. I shall pray for your safety.
As will I. Those I need to protect in the here and now.
Wasn't Killick in Soul Calibur 1? So wouldn't he have, like, met everybody by now? Okay, so I didn't fight Sophidia or anything. It's just like, hey, here's Sophidia in a cutscene. She's in the story. Okay. I like how fighting games do that.
Are you sure this is the right
It's
way?
like, and now this person's in the story, and now this person. And then we go to Japan, and this person's here out of nowhere.
Damn
so
it.
we have to put him in the story.
Look out!
What the?
So you made it this far.
Huh?
That was such a weird way to say it.
Why?
So you made it this far.
Is that all it takes to hobble you? If so,
Is that
do you
all it
honestly
takes to
think you
hobble
can take
you?
on Soul Edge?
That's what it's...
You're a fool. No human can bear that power. I'll stop you here and now before you make contact with the cursed sword.
Hold on!
Killick
I
secretly
won't let you
Nikali
touch
all
Kill.
along.
Oh, really? Why do you interfere? You never had anything to do with the sword before. For your own sake, stay out of this.
I didn't choose to get involved. But now I'm choosing not to back down.
Oh, don't tell me I have to play the Xianghua, please. Anything but playing is his favorite. Yep, okay. Whatever. Alright. Press buttons.
If I were you, I'd back away.
Hey look, I'm Xianghua.
No one that it. After all that protection
Too easy. Your sword conceals a
I'm just
hidden
pressing
power.
buttons and I go through everything they do.
What now?
This is it!
Not good enough.
I'm Xianghua, look at me everybody.
Over here! Over here! Watch over me, Mother!
You leave me no choice.
Watch over me, Mother! You can't stop me! How's this? Take!
Why is her 22k is replaced with her 44k and vice versa? Why did they just swap moves like that for no reason? I don't get that at all. Like, it made more sense for them to be one or the other.
Huh? There's something strange about that sword. How do you like this?
Whoa!
What?
What's wrong? Had enough?
Heh. So you controlled the evil yourself. Fair enough. Just take care. Soul Edge is more powerful than ever before. The instant you give yourself over to your shadow, I'll kill you. You've been warned. There's no escape from a ninja with the power to seal.
Are you okay, Killick?
Yeah. I knew pursuing Soul Edge
I just have a really
would be
awkward
no easy
boner right now,
task,
that's
but
all. I got stuff. Strainsburg, what promised to be their final battleground, was within their sights. I mean, this is all story mode is.
Once we get through this forest.
Yep, it's the date we've all been waiting for. Who knows? Might go
The last time, Maxie, I'm not gay. I don't want to go on a date with you.
I just don't want to deal with any more freaks. One lizard's enough for me.
I respect your decisions.
Huh?
Don't want to ask me out, and I'm flattered, but...
Speak of the devil.
I don't like men.
Maxie, don't do anything rash.
What the?
It's okay, Maxie will just mash buttons like he always does, and he'll win. He's good.
What a cheap shot. Who are you anyway?
So Lizard Man's probably going to be one of the first DLC characters after Tira.
I like that.
Are you Ivy?
I like how she's really young, but they still gave her like the Soul Calibur 4 boobs.
Don't you realize the position you're in? Let's see if you really do have
Like her boobs aren't
guts.
canon at all. They never were.
You're no match for me.
Because they just change size in every single game. Like in 2 and 3, they were pretty tame. They were like, you know, B's or C's, but then they just like, nope, we'll just give you melons. Put you in a freaking, like...
Fight!
Put you in a freaking Strand outfit.
Alone doesn't bring you back. I underestimated you.
You're not as great as you think.
I mean, I could have killed her.
I can hold my own when I need to.
Yeah, by doing the same thing over and over again.
Shanghua! Are you okay?
I'd say that was enough. I have fulfilled my duty. If you want to pursue Nightmare, I don't care. Do as you please.
Hey, hold on!
Shanghua, you can't go on with your leg like that.
No need to sweat it. We're almost to the castle.
The forest was littered with traps. Oh, was Ivy a trap? Has she been a trap all this time? I know there's always been jokes that she's been a she-male, but maybe she's a trap. Maybe that's why the boobs keep changing. Maybe there never were any boobs to begin with. Somebody get MatPat on that.
A damn trap. Well, isn't this just peachy?
So the reports were true.
They really like
What
using that
sort
one.
of idiots try to enter a castle through the front?
Leave him to me.
I
I've
mean,
been
like
looking
every
forward to
protagonist
smacking
in
down
every
this
story
freak.
ever.
So you came here to die? What's this?
Are you here to help us?
This way. Hurry.
But what about Maxie?
I'm fine. Just go.
Impudent fools! You cannot escape me!
I'm your problem right now. I'll have revenge. for my family.
Putrid maggot. You're dead now.
Battle 1.
Fight! Going somewhere? Out of the way!
Do that. Okay, so that is a just frame timing thing.
Battle 2.
Fight! Going. You're mine! Die! Say! That's what you get! Say! Try this! You're mine! I'll have my revenge!
It actually has like a. Actually, it says a thing.
You're mine!
The surf's gonna. You're not leaving me alive. Night night. Sleep tight. Is it over?
Toria. Woof.
Talk about a poor loser.
Perta. Guarg.
Everyone.
Reminds me of Kingdom
Cam,
Hearts. Sora goes,
This was
Guarg!
for you.
Because Haley Joel Osment couldn't read the line properly. And he just, you know, did what I was doing there. He just pronounced how it's spelled.
Get a hold of yourselves.
Her leg.
If you cannot fight, you will be left behind.
I'm fine. Don't underestimate me.
Where are we?
Sorry, but I have to attend to my mission now. The
This is
rest
my
is
sex
up to
dungeon.
you.
The safe word is cherry bomb.
Thank you. Xianghua, you should stay here.
Never. I can't turn away now after all we've been through. Let's do this.
Okay.
I like how they almost straight up just took his Soul Calibur 5 outfit, but then they like mixed it with the Soul Calibur 1 outfit.
Because that is what it means to be human! I'll carve my own fate!
Can I play as Nightmare and just beat him? That'd be nice. I like when they let you play the antagonists, like, in situations where the protagonist is supposed to lose.
Battle 1. Fight!
Rather than it just being one of those things where the protagonist, like, beats them in the match, but then, like, loses afterwards.
I regret nothing.
Again!
Too slow! Out of my sight!
Gotcha! There! Come on! I'll push you! Ling Sheng Subo!
Battle 2. Fight!
There is more at stake than my sanity!
Soul Edge! Be unleashed! Taste the sword of despair! Never shall you wake!
Take this! Suffer my bloodlust! Should it be like this, Shaolin?
So it is kind of like Nicole. He gets just like, once he transforms, he basically gets it.
I regret nothing. Not quite. All I can do is this! Take this! It goes beyond just me. Is it finally over?
Yeah, so he doesn't lose any meter for it. It's just that his health drains. So he gets to keep that form until he loses, basically. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay.
Are you okay, Killick?
Look out!
Mother, I am ready!
Battle 1. Fight!
Oh no, not
Will
Inferno.
show me the way. That was great!
Good thing these are pushovers.
I can carve my own fate! A little more and it's over.
Wait, I just have infinite? Really?
Watch over me!
Okay.
Mother. You can't
This is just like, this is just plot armor.
Battle 2. Fight!
Go! Watch over me, Mother! You can't stop me! How's this? Go! Take! Like that! Watch over me, Mother!
I don't have a soul charge. Oh, I'm always in soul charge mode with this. I see.
Stop me!
Just kill him with this. No, not the hammer.
Another! Watch over me, Mother!
Yeah. Press buttons. Oh, no, he's actually doing stuff now.
Watch over me, Mother! You can't stop me! How's this? Watch over me, Mother!
Darn. Thought maybe I could juggle it a little bit.
Watch over me, Mother! Watch over me, Mother!
We'll do it eventually. I guess that's the main one that
You
launched.
can't stop me! I did it!
I did it! Winky face. Smile. I'm gonna put this on Instagram. It's very clear I don't like Xianghua at all. Inferno let out a maddening scream of pain as Xianghua's final blow struck true. The fight seemed to be over, but alas, it was not. Inferno possessed unimaginable strength that made Xianghua only too aware of the tension and the exhaustion weighing down on her body. Down her body. It's weird.
Is it over yet?
And to think she's doing this all with a broken leg.
Stubborn son of a...
Xianghua!
Killick?
It's okay.
Wait, he broke the Devapara Yuga? But I see Killick use that in like every Soul Calibur game, so obviously it must have gotten repaired.
Chun-Li, give me strength!
Oh, that voice.
Battle 1. Fight!
This is for my soul!
Oh gosh, that voice. Sounds like he's speaking through a blender. Not a good effect. Okay, now he's playing hard.
My path is clear.
I can just do that, even though I have 0 bars.
It's mine to carve.
That voice hurts my ears. It's that bad.
Ready for this?
No. to get his own super. Oh no, not that thing. Not the spinny.
My path is clear. My fate
Mine's a command grab.
is mine to carve.
I should just do that from the get-go. That's all I really needed to do. I shouldn't actually try to play the game. I should just grab. Oh no, he's doing the spinny thing again. Yeah, now. No idea how to deal with that as a lethal hit.
My path is clear. My path is clear. My fate is mine to carve. My path is clear. My fate is mine to carve. My path is clear.
Oh, he ducked it. Okay, we'll do it again.
My fate
Why not?
is mine to carve.
It's over.
Over. Gosh, that voice is obnoxious. They did not do a good job editing that or mixing it properly. A stick. Stabbed you in the flames with a stick. Kingdom Hearts is life. Wait, wrong game. Did it do it? Is that the end? You carve your own fate. With that, Soul Edge was no more. Subspace began to warp and crumble away. A torrent of power burst forth from the heart of Soul Edge, threatening to consume the injured Killick Shanghua. Oh boy. And then they got sent to the plot of Soul Calibur 5, which is just a big, giant, gaping hole.
Is it protecting me? But... The sword!
No! It's too dangerous!
Xianglin.
That's such a video game
Valpyra
trope.
Yuga.
We
What a
beat it. Now
waste.
let's stand on this cliffside overlooking the mountains.
Killick, hold out your hand.
Huh? This is...
I just couldn't resist.
Shanghua. Could you hold on to it for me?
What? But...
Please.
Okay. Thanks. I'll keep it safe.
Great.
But then how come he has the Valpyra Yuga in the future games? Are we just retconning all that now? Does this story just mean nothing?
The swords once again left their mark on history, and still the march of fate continues onward.
Okay. That was a little underwhelming, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I was hoping that it would actually be like an interactive story mode with every character, but I guess my hopes were too high. It was basically just Killick's
The
story.
legend will never die.
Okay. Yeah, the way they made it out to seem was like you get to play a story mode with every character like this. It's like, oh, okay, so they do have. Oh, is this the story part that I was? Okay, so maybe after completing Killix, then you get all the stuff. Ah, so maybe that is what they showed. Okay, gotcha. So this is side story stuff. Okay. Doesn't seem like it's that much for each character though. But still, that's something, I guess. Still better than Soul Calibur 5's. Okay, I guess we're gonna start with the earliest in the timeline. 1583. Okay, these are all 1583. I'm gonna start with Grow. Guess he's just got one.
The Aval organization is something of a legend. Long ago, the king of a knightly order took up the Spirit Sword to confront the wielder of the Cursed Sword. Lurking in history's shadows, the secret society has persisted through the ages. Their mission has been to find the lost Spirit Sword and bestow it upon their future king, while preventing those that they called outsiders from wreaking havoc upon the world. Grow, a young man blessed with a cool head and magnificent fighting skills, became leader of the organization's punitive force. They sent him on a mission to hunt down and kill the Wreaker of Chaos, the Azure Knight. However, his entire force was destroyed, and he was dealt a nearly mortal wound.
You are so fragile, so weak.
Damn you, outsider!
Submit your soul to me.
Never! You have not defeated me yet!
Ruarg? That's how you pronounce that.
Am I dead?
No, you're in Soul Calibur 5 now.
Kill.
It's just nothingness.
Kill anyone still alive. My soul, it is being taken over.
I'm edgier. I'm Evil Grow. Good.
He's being consumed by an evil force. There's no use in letting him live as a hideous monster. Perhaps I could kill two birds by having him fight that outsider I already experimented on. He's being held around front.
Battle 1. Fight!
Oh, so they actually do call them Malfested. So they're still going with that. This guy is the definition of edgy. Like, he's even got an edgy sword. Like, it's literally edgy. It has edges on it.
Battle 2. Fight! Your soul!
Yeah, the story is still a little underwhelming, though. It seems like the enemies you're fighting are just placeholders. Like, there's no difficulty or anything. Although there might be some kind of
Aswell, why are you here?
Might be some kind of,
Magnificent! You've done well to return to
difficulty
your senses.
setting
Dear
that
Grow,
I'm
you
missing.
fascinate me.
Oh
Join
my.
the Azure Knight.
Gro,
And
you
you
look
failed.
so
Without my aid, you would be
attractive.
dead now.
What of the Azure Knight?
I could not defeat him. It took my all simply to bring you back with me. He's a malevolent king and wields the cursed sword. It would not have ended well for me.
Blast. Could we assemble a new punitive force?
Yeah, this guy doesn't
Wish
look
to
evil at all.
Challenge him again? So loyal to the organization and the cause.
Oh, he just broke his
the
accent.
extermination of outsiders, indeed. Sacrificing everything, even your life, to achieve the organization's objective. Is it because
Saying
of the
organization's
hatred you
wrong.
bear for the
He's
outsiders?
not British.
Those thieves
He's a
who
sham.
took your family, friends, and home.
They are evil. All outsiders must perish. The deaths of my brothers shall not be in vain.
Of course. How could it be otherwise? That's who you are. And so you must be cursed by fate. Oh, the tragedy! The drama is palpable.
What do you mean? My arm!
Have you not realized what has become of you yet?
No! It cannot be!
It can and it is. Your body is now partly infected by the power of the outsiders you so despise.
What?
Tell me, how does it feel having within you the very same power that robbed you of all you hold dear?
Me? An outsider?
Such despair, yet such hatred too. But fear not. If you had lost your senses and been consumed by the monster within, I'd have disposed of you. But that did not happen. You are not the fiend you think you are. You are still human. For now. You wish to die, though your life was saved? Well, that certainly aligns with the organization's belief of eradicating outsiders, those who've rejected humanity, and as such, you should die. But why not see this as an opportunity? The great power you've gained will aid your mission to fulfill that belief.
You think I should use this power? Though it is a sin even for me to be alive? What foolishness. Such an act would betray the very organization I serve.
But you could use that power to give you the strength you need to defeat the Azure Knight. Is that not so?
What is this?
A gift. When mending your armor, I modified it to help suppress the evil within you. It should ease your burden at least a little. Of course, in the end, what you decide to do is up to you. But fear not. I shall not report anything to the organization.
You have done too much for me.
Not at all. I love humans, especially ones such as yourself who are tossed about by emotion and reason.
People who call other people humans, you know that there's something going on there. Like you ever just go up to your friend and be like, "You are my favorite human."
Gro, you made it back alive.
Oh, they all have cool eye
what do you
patches, but his
How
hair
can you
isn't
be
as
so cold
edgy.
to a friend coming to check on your well-being?
So he's obviously not a main character.
It hardly seems someone in your position would come simply for that.
Though I number among the 12, the organization's supreme decision-making body, I can still make time to visit an old friend.
Just tell me what you want.
Your impatience is unbecoming. Still, you're as shrewd as ever. I have a new mission for you.
To defeat the Azure Knight?
Unfortunately, a different one of the 12 is in charge of that particular matter. Even you, the strongest of the 12, were unable to defeat the Azure Knight. We need to try other means than brute force.
Since I failed my mission, I assumed my seat was forfeit.
While some among the 12 wish it to be so, this mission is designed to convince them otherwise. In other words, this is a chance to rise from the ashes. I shall accompany you as an observer.
Any mission to subdue outsiders, I shall do. I care not for my seat in the 12.
Come now. I wish to lead you together with the organization. It's a selfish wish, admittedly, but you must assist me.
Stubborn as ever.
Well, some have always been too stubborn to respond to anything but greater stubbornness.
Do as you please.
That I shall. And accordingly, before I reveal more of the mission, I want to make sure you have not gone soft. Let us step outside.
See, that's why they made them all have the same uniform as Grow, because it's easy for assets. They just use Grow's outfit.
Watch this. Take this. Feel my blade. Ring out.
Okay.
Battle 2. Fight. Rest. Despair. Scarlet Flame. Surely not. Feel my blade.
Yeah, those were buttons, all right.
Battle 3. Fight. Despair.
Not even doing anything. Okay, now he's attacking. Now he's back to not attacking at all.
Too slow. Scarlet Flame.
Bye. Oh, never mind.
Kill him.
Careful now. I see your time in recovery did not rid you of your mercilessness. Do you wish me dead?
Forgive me. That voice. It is the same evil voice from before. My fate is sealed.
Fear not. You are not back to your formal self yet. How is the wound from the Azure Knight?
Though not
Sounds
fully
like
healed,
Killick.
it will not
Probably the same
interfere with
voice
my
actor.
mission.
Is that so? Always trying to put on a brave front. Well, I concede defeat. Your wound must not be so serious after all. Are you done? Yes. Sorry it took so long.
And what is the intelligence chief doing here? I would expect you to have better things to do as one of the 12.
Grow, do not speak to our master in such a tone.
No matter. It is true I am free enough to see my two pupils. Moreover, I have information about the mission.
Then say what you have to say, and be quick about it.
Very well, I shall be brief. We have located a branch of the ancient outsider group, Feegle Sestimus. Grow, you will initiate a surprise attack and destroy the outsiders quickly. That is all.
Understood.
No mission I have ever accompanied you on goes smoothly. Indeed, the trouble you find yourself in goes beyond bad luck. Hopefully, this time will be different.
Okay, so they actually do all have like their own stories. That's good. I don't know. After the atrocity that was 5, my expectations are very low as to what they offer. But at the same time, it's like they showed that they had individual story modes, so I kind of was expecting that at least. So they seem to be keeping up with that.
You can't escape me.
In a matter of days, there have been floods, landslides, earthquakes, forest fires, and now merchants assailed by bandits. It's a perfect storm of trouble. You really were born under an unlucky star. What should we do? We're on a mission. Should we simply move on?
Scum who prey on the weak are simply that. But they are not mindless outsiders. They're beyond our jurisdiction. Still, I assume no matter what I say, you will still try to help, no? If so, let us make it quick.
You wish to use me as an excuse? How unfair.
Scarlet Swing! Ready? Ready!
It's just that. There's nothing I can follow up with that.
Surely not.
This Maxi AI is attacking at the weirdest times.
Thank you so much for your help. Take this as thanks.
We need no thanks. Just go.
Certainly.
Yep, that's definitely killing.
We have wasted enough time. Let us move on.
Wait. Before we proceed, I must clear something up.
I don't know if that's
what is it?
Though.
When I fought you, something bothered me. And seeing you fight those bandits confirmed my suspicions. Your arm. What are you hiding?
Okay, so every character has... Oh, I see. So these don't signify... Gotcha, okay, so that shows like where the next chapter is and stuff. I thought that was showing that like this is all that, you know, their story covers, and I was like, that sucks. How did Sungmina get a spot over Lizardman? That's what I want to know. Like, nobody cares about Sungmina. She's female Killick. She has very little to offer that's any different. Okay. So he's like way later. Talam is way later. Gotcha. Okay, so they brought Talam into the story, like, when Soul Calibur 2 is starting, because that's when she would actually be, like, old enough. That makes sense. How long this goes for each character. As well doesn't have anything. Neither does Siegfried or Talam. Well, Talam. What's that? Geralt has it though. I think we're gonna start with Yoshimitsu. We're gonna take a break from Gro.
The Manji clan, a group of Japanese ninjas known for their unusual powers,
just ninja,
maintained
plural?
neutrality even as their country was embroiled in civil war. Fearing their strength and their defiance, the nation's chief warlord ordered every man, woman, and child be killed. However, one survived, Yoshimitsu, next in line to succeed the chief and a master swordsman. He single-handedly took on the warlord's army, dealing them a hard blow, but they eventually overwhelmed him, severing his right arm.
Hard blow.
Despite the countless pursuers sent after Yoshimitsu, he vanished without a trace. That is until one day, an agent for the warlord received word that Yoshimitsu had been sighted.
It was in this vicinity, sir.
He lurks around here, you say? You're sure of that?
Yes, sir. He matches the description. He even had a mechanical arm.
So, he escaped deep into these mountains. Finally, good tidings for our lord. Huh?
He did not escape. He just wished to converse with you. Tonight, a demon runs wild.
What are you? You some kind of monster?
It has been a while since I've met such lowly dogs.
Is that really you, Yoshimitsu? Why do you look like that?
My hate for you all has transformed me into a demon. Now it is my turn to ask questions. They are about the soul edge you see.
Well, that's a good explanation. You just got turned into a demon. That's all. Forget the fact that he becomes like wooden later on. That has nothing to do with it. Or the fact that he's a skeleton later on. Although supposedly, I think it's supposed to be the sword that's evil.
Battle
That's what made him all this. Okay. Start off the battle with
Quiet! Solid! How is this? How is this?
Oh, that's right, you can't do that.
Battle 2. Fight!
Silence! Now! From dawn! Perish! Ready? Now! Now! Yoshimitsu!
Battle 3. Fight!
Ready? How's this? Ninja Sunflare! Deliver me your soul! Pleasure! Gaze upon yourself in my blade and recall what you can about Soul Edge. But know this, you cannot lie to a manji.
Munch? Mind reading?
So it is as the rumors say. Soul Edge is indeed an invincible sword. You appear to have searched for it far and wide, but now that task shall lie with me. And then, with that power, I shall teach you fiends the meaning of hell on earth.
Okay. Yoshimitsu's a lot more evil in this one.
Tell me what you know about that sword. Look at my blade.
So Yoshimitsu can shapeshift? That's new.
The sword was a fake designed to draw out and kill my lady's competitors.
Enough. What a black day this has turned out to be.
So you are the one who spread the rumors. Tell me everything you know about the real Soul Edge.
What is this monstrous transformation? Deal with him at once!
Come on, you can't just stand there. Do nothing. Oh, they still got that same voice from Soul Calibur 5. So they're just reusing a bunch of assets. Why couldn't they reuse all the Soul Calibur 5 character creation assets then? I mean, I guess they're doing this in a completely new engine, so it sort of makes sense.
That is everything I know. But it is all hearsay. Make of it what you will.
So, the rumors multiply as one heads west?
If you doubt me, use that strange power of yours. By the way, are you having money troubles? If so, I have something that might interest you.
Do not be absurd. Even as a demon, I'd never strike a bargain with a scoundrel such as you. Get out of my sight.
Begone, thought, says Yoshimitsu. They called the Hero Sword, so much so that the Emperor dispatched an investigation unit to search for it. And with violence and rebellions, the Empire was teetering on the edge of collapse. Perhaps that was why the sword was so desperately sought after. Okay, well, I gotta go check on my food. Be right back. Okay, I am back. So let's Let's see. Bald guy. Or girl. You can't really tell.
That looks like quite a burden, brother. How about taking a load off?
What you gonna do about it, brother?
This is the sacred sutra of Buddha himself. A full heart fills not one's belly.
Buddha, you say? Ha! There are neither demons nor Buddhas in this world. If he's real, let's see him save your life right now!
Okay.
What the? Where'd you come from?
From hell!
That monk guy's just kind of standing there. With that stern face. The AI is so weird. It goes in this weird like spurt of where it like attacks, and then other times it just doesn't do anything like that. Like it'll pause for half the match and then start doing buttons and then just stop again. I mean, I'd get older Soul Caliburs, like the AI was balls hard, and to some extent they should have. To some extent they should have, you know, not made it quite as hard, even on the easy difficulties. But I'm expecting like at least some fight back. Okay, now the AI is doing a few more things. Alright, that doesn't do what it does anymore. Do what it used to. Soul Calibur 4, 44BB would like juggle them really nicely.
Thank you kindly
Shame
for
it
your
doesn't do
help.
that anymore.
Your swordsmanship and your kindness remind me of a hero from ancient tales.
Such nonsense. I merely took pity on one who willingly submits himself to death.
Many speak of great intentions, but few are those who act to save others. The feeling of commiseration is the beginning of humanity. You walk a noble path.
You know nothing of me. The path I walk is strewn with corpses.
Though you now walk a different path, your destination may remain the same. Shiki sokuze kukuso kuze shiki jusogyo shiki yakubu nyoze. I pray your deliverance from doubt is swift.
Okay, so that's how he stops becoming all demonic and stuff, is that a monk dude helps him out, or he starts to take the ways of like the monks. I don't know. There's something in there.
You had best leave now. You are the last one.
Thank you.
What am I doing? None of this will help me achieve my aim.
You! So, you are the one who freed our experiments.
Ah, there you are. I have been waiting. Your lizard men knew nothing that could aid me, so...
Why, you? Well, we have you surrounded. Happy now? Tear the intruder to pieces! He shall make an ideal sacrifice to Pelgaea.
Hang on a second.
How's this? This cannot be! Thou shalt how's this? What's this?
Force ahead.
Quiet! How's this? Tell me, who has Soul Edge?
They call him Nightmare. The vanguard of High Priest Kumpetku is waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Final question. Where is this Nightmare?
In Europe. Ostrine. What have you done to me?
What? My powers!
I have failed! Pelgaea! I offer you my body! Death shall be sweet release!
Poor cold guy.
My blade is clouded by the evil it has absorbed. Have I overused its power? This must be his doing. Such cruel. Wherever the Azure Knight, Nightmare treads, only darkness and the stench of blood remain. His relentless evil makes me sick. My determination to avenge the slaughter of my clan has not faded. But does that not make the Azure Knight and I one and the same? Is this what my clan would want after suffering such bitter deaths? Is my soul now clouded like my sword? No, I cannot allow the flame of vengeance to fade. I cannot.
Okay, so Yoshi's got a lot of inner struggles going on. I get that.
The evil aura. It belongs to you, does it not? Did you come here in search of Soul Edge too?
Yes, I need to avenge my clan. Young lady, if you know anything about Soul Edge, tell me.
You bear a strange power. But it has no effect on me. I am protected by another, and by the gods. If it is evil you seek, I shall have no choice but to stop you.
Battle 1. Fight!
Justice, sir! No way!
Battle 2. Fight!
Hold on!
Battle 3. Fight!
The combo. Really underwhelming combo. Oh, she's doing it again. Okay.
Pardon me. I've got no choice.
Feels like I'm playing Soul Calibur 2 or Soul Calibur 3 Yoshu, where it's just like
Such power.
doesn't feel like he has like a lot of really crazy combos.
I
Like, they're all
sense
kind
more
of
to your
relatively
sword
the
than
same.
just anger. There is sadness.
But that's probably just
and
because I haven't played enough
confusion.
of them yet.
You know how to read minds, too?
Even without such power, you can tell much by someone's eyes and their voice.
But he's a
Revenge.
demon wearing a mask.
Is that what you
thing.
truly desire?
What is it to you?
Can you not answer? I am speaking to your soul.
I do not know. I do not know anymore.
No! Cast your sword aside!
This is like Yoshimitsu going through demon puberty. He just doesn't know. He feels so angsty all the time. Stuff's changing, his voice is changing. Energy on his blade is transformed into a siphon of pure malevolence which began to eat away Yoshimitsu's soul.
Tonight, the demon runs wild again. Who are you? You wish to know my name? I am the demon of the sword. Hatred is my purpose, and blood sustains me. I see. I know your name. It is My name is of no importance.
His name is
I shall take
Yoshimitsu.
your body and use it to reduce this world to ashes.
Yoshimitsu is the name of the sword. Yoshimitsu is the name of the person.
Battle 1. Fight!
He's always soul charged.
Battle 2. Fight!
Oh, I can't impact that. Darn it.
Why do you resist? I shall grant you what you desire. Enough. You are not the demon of the sword. You have another path open to you. Your name is Yoshimitsu.
See?
Now be silent.
I know Yoshimitsu.
Good. You finally come to.
Where am I? Oh, you. I'm in your debt.
Do not reproach yourself.
No. I was weak. I lost my way. Only the thought of another's death kept me going. But never did I discern what I was becoming. I must walk the path of benevolence and justice.
There you go. Now
if I protect the weak and crush evil, none shall ever again walk that wicked path I took. That is how I shall avenge my clan. My people, watch over me as I battle for justice.
Then he makes himself out of wood or something like that. I don't know.
The names of the warriors whose fates were bound to the two swords have been etched into the very fibers of history.
Okay. So yeah, every character has a pretty, like, I mean, full enough story. That's good. But I don't know. can't complain, honestly. It's pretty decent, and I mean, this will probably take like, you know, a good hour or two minimum to complete all of these. Let's see what Geralt's up to. Well, I kind of want to go into his training mode first. Try his awesome out. I have a rough idea of how he works.
Across all history, the truly strong remain shrouded deep in darkness, hidden from society. They carefully erase all traces of their existence, so that when later generations look back on history, it is as if they were never
That's
there.
their way of saying that, you know, oh, this is why we never saw him in Soul Calibur 1 or 2.
Plans to erase one's tracks leave unexpected loose ends. This tome was one of those loose ends, left behind in charred ruins. What secrets lie within?
It's also just funny how in every Soul Calibur game, they, in the story, like, they run into other people as if they'd never met them before.
A banal way to begin a tome, but writing down one's own history in a book is strange enough to begin with. I began writing this as an indulgent pastime, so I may as well enjoy myself. Now, about the cursed sword known as Soul Edge. I intend to record its secrets in this very tome. However, I must exercise caution. A fitting end awaits all who seek the cursed sword. Some may laugh and call this an exaggeration. Should anyone who has held that sword ever read this tome, though, I'm certain they'll agree with me. The origin of Soul Edge is a mystery. Legend says it was once an ordinary sword, void of any power. But after fighting on countless battlefields, it gathered a great deal of negative power, until a curse fell upon it. That much is true.
That was created by
All
Algol.
who took Soul Edge in their hands became slaves to the blade, murdering until they bled their last drop of blood. That is why so few know of it, despite its appearances time and time again throughout history. Until, that is, an age long past, when there appeared a man with a mind powerful enough to resist the sword's control. He was known as the Hero King.
I think it would have been cool if
in that ancient age, great change
Zosimal's story started like way earlier in time, you know, and showed like
Soul
a prologue
Edge
sort of
meant
thing.
ruling the world. The Hero King.
'Cause he is immortal.
Being the man he was, one could say it was inevitable that he would bring peace to this warring world.
Zosimal's like Father Time, but he's kind of evil too.
Someday I may decide the time is right to reveal it, but that time isn't now. It is said the Hero King lost Soul Edge due to his jealous son. After the Hero King killed his son, the spirit sword Soul Calibur was born from the remnants of the cursed sword. Indeed, the cursed sword and the spirit sword both come from the very same
Oh, okay, yeah, that's Algol. Algol was the Hero King.
While the name Soul Edge is known to a
Arcturus was his
select
son.
few, the name Soul Calibur is known to almost no one.
Except for,
there is a reason the spirit sword was never revealed to the world. Some say the Hero King created the spirit sword, but the truth is that the Hero King risked his life and failed. Those who would carry on the dead king's wish and perfect Soul Calibur were to come later. They were known as the Guardians of the Spirit Sword. Like a thief in the night, they took the Spirit Sword and withdrew into the dark recesses of history. They told others of the Hero King's Spirit Sword, and that they were going into hiding to both prevent Soul Calibur from being used for evil, and to prepare for the threat of Soul Edge. The Guardians of the Spirit Sword only entrust Soul Calibur to a select few. One recent example was a king from medieval Europe. Born in Britain, the king used the Spirit Sword to rule a large swath of Europe. I'm skeptical as to whether the king ever truly existed, but assuming the tales are true, he was somehow connected with the Guardians of the Spirit Sword, from whom he received the blade. Also, it would be reasonable to assume the king fought with the one who possessed the cursed sword and won. After the king's death, though, no one knows what happened to the Spirit Sword. Perhaps we should assume it eventually found its way back to the Guardians of the Spirit Sword. But it should be noted that their power had dwindled greatly by that time. At the same time, there were those who awaited the second coming of the king. On the eve of the king's passing, a loyal knight set forth to find the Spirit Sword and restore the crown. That was the start of the secret society known as the Aval Organization. They hid themselves well for a considerably long period of time. Not even I learned of their inner workings until quite recently. Sworn to the late king, the Aval Organization sought the Spirit Sword and secretly assassinated all whom they deemed outsiders, those who were aligned with the cursed sword or did harm to humankind. A deeper look, however, reveals there was some unrest hidden below the organization's seemingly unshakable exterior. After slumbering in the shadows of history, Soul Edge was awakened by the pirate Cervantes de Leon. Cervantes attacked the ship of one who had won Soul Edge at an auction. He stole the cursed sword and became its puppet. Soul Edge changes its form depending on its wielder. When Cervantes took up the cursed sword, it transformed into two blades. And after nearly 30 years of slumber, it caused that terrible catastrophe. Cervantes and the cursed sword were defeated by a female warrior, and one of the blades was destroyed. Shattering without coming in contact with the Spirit Sword was a first for Soul Edge. Immediately afterwards, the evil seed occurred. The evil within Soul Edge was unleashed upon the entire world. Why did the evil seed occur? What havoc did it wreak where it landed? Not even I have any way of discerning this. But one thing is certain. Ever since that day, the cursed sword's malfested kin have been swiftly multiplying.
I wish we could just do away with all the malfested crap.
What does it mean to be malfested? It's extremely hard to define, for the resulting phenomena are so varied. There are those who undergo monstrous transformations, while others look no different from ordinary humans at first glance. In addition to humans, some animals have experienced transformations as well. Common traits of the malfested include heightened fighting instincts and violent tendencies. Some become beasts, hungry only for slaughter, while others use strategy to entrap powerful foes. But they all slip into towns and cities, seeking blood under the cover of darkness.
Why have we never heard of the malfested in any other Soul Calibur game but 5, 6?
The Azure Knight Nightmare appeared. Rumors said he possessed Soul Edge, and his string of indiscriminate murder seemed to agree with this. Personally, I was also interested in discovering this knight's true identity.
So this is just story time with
I
Zosimo.
then received news that the Aval Organization had encountered him and were defeated. It intrigued me that there seemed to be someone in their organization deeply interested in the evil seed.
That was 5. It's already been 5 of them, and I don't... Have I even played once yet? Is this all just story time with
While Soul
Zosima?
Edge has appeared constantly throughout history, Soul Calibur's whereabouts are still shrouded in mystery. In time, I lost interest and gave up.
He should be like recalling of, you know, past events where he was
resuming
witness.
my search later,
should have actually let me fight with
it had
him.
been taken to a temple in the east at some point. With it were taken a staff able to absorb
Like,
all
have him
manner of
fight
energy,
Cervantes or
and a
something.
mirror
I don't know.
capable of purifying evil. These sacred treasures were used to create Soul Calibur and amplify its power. No one knows what had happened to the Guardians of the Spirit Sword, but they must have met with ruin, losing the Spirit Sword and their other treasures. As for the temple, it later became Ling Sheng Su, a famous martial arts dojo that worshipped the Spirit Sword and the other weapons as the 3 sacred treasures. But now the Spirit Sword is no longer there. The evil seed deeply affected Ling Sheng Su, and most likely caused it to attract evil energy. Its martial arts students were soon overcome by madness and battle lust, and ended up killing each other. The temple fell in a single night. Therefore, no one knows what happened to the Spirit Sword. Only one student of Ling Sheng Su survived. While the survivor didn't possess Soul Calibur, there was clearly merit in looking into him. What powers did he possess? What could he accomplish? I was deeply intrigued. I only started writing this tome as a pastime. But in order to give it a clear perspective, I must reveal my identity. I was once one of the Guardians of the Spirit Sword. The precepts of the Guardians were very strict, one of which stated no Guardian may ever touch Soul Calibur. But in my younger days, I failed to properly suppress my urges. When the others discovered my designs, they broke my arms and banished me. Amid my despair, I searched for a way to survive. What I discovered was the art of reincarnation. After a long period of training, I mastered the secrets contained within. I reincarnated myself over and over again. Generations.
Immortal, he just
At
reincarnates.
first, I didn't realize the price I would have to pay for eternal life. It felt like my soul was being crushed, pain and suffering in words. Indeed, I hadn't managed to cure what one may accomplish in life. Death remains inescapable. My bodies have lain in countless graves. All will never rest in peace. So it was that I came to yearn for the final eternal death I could never have. And such desire began to corrupt my everlasting life. Gradually, I began to seek out death itself. That was 1,000 years ago. My desire for death was at its peak. That longing for true death led me to even take hold of Soul Age. Wisdom,
yeah, this is all just awesome while talking.
Battle lust. In those days, I felt I could do anything.
It's not terrible.
But when it was over, I was forced to confront just how prideful I had been.
It's just a big lore dump.
As a puppet of the cursed sword, I kept fighting to my last breath. And for what? I fought in an age of endless war that spanned the world, all to establish a certain dynasty. That is all I'll say on the matter. I've lived as every type of person. Old, young, man, woman.
Oh.
But I
Woman's
never
awesome
felt as much joy as when I wielded that power. However, not even the cursed sword could free me from the chains of samsara. And so I died, and was born again into this world.
But wait, he said he was a woman before, but doesn't he just look like the same, you know, Mike Tyson looking dude every single time? Wait, this one's blocked out. Is it the one I just did? But there's a little dot thingy that shows that it's not complete, right? Let's see here.
That was my desire, that law with and I
Okay. Yeah, I guess I can't continue. Maybe there's more that comes later on then. Maybe you have to play other character stories to get the end. I don't know. It would take me way too long to go through all of these. I do want to train a bit with Geralt though, and you know, see what he's about. And then I'm gonna do a story with him, and then I might have to take a break at some point in between.
Welcome to the stage of history retold. Geralt.
What is it with guest characters and having like almost no notable differences for their, you know, alternate costumes?
Unknown soul.
Okay, let's see what we got here. School of the Wolf is a school of witchers who specialize in killing monsters by means of two swords, one steel, one silver. Okay, this is just his background on him. Okay, dispatching monsters, but there are few opportunities to use it here. It isn't until someone or something with better natural powers appears. Okay. Everyone at close distance before they can react or deploy the start of fight when using an Alzur's double cross. Deal 2 vertical strikes that knock your opponent down if they land, allowing you to give you more pressure on them. You can use magic signs, though these deplete your soul gauge. For example, use the Quen sign. Okay. So he gets his aura thing. And damage for your opponent as you start to rush forward, particularly useful for long-range strikes. Okay. So he buff himself with Quen and then rush in. Okay, so Ard sign. So he actually does have a few of them. He's got Ard, Igni, Irden, and Quen. Ard push, up A and B. Okay, so it seems like it's all focused around like A plus B inputs. Both produce a kinetic pulse that sends. Okay, yes, that's the force one. AG. Okay, so his grab is Ard as well. Sparks. A down A plus B or impaling units. PB. Yarn glyph. Produce a magic field that acts as impact guard. Successful in casting it, you will cause your opponent's robot coil, leaving them open to skeleton. Oh, okay. Oh, so he's got the one where he puts the thing on the floor. Okay, but do they have to like, oh, so it's like an impact, gotcha, so you, okay, I see the little impact there, okay. Okay, so that's just a thing, okay. Worst thing. All the buttons. Okay. He kind of feels almost like, sort of like an Ezio, but yeah, I like the spell sword idea. Okay. Can we do anything with that? It's just kind of a thing. It's that woman I did. That's a knockback. Okay, so there's his launcher. Down you go. Does that do anything? So it looks. Okay, so that's the thing. Down you go. That must be. Down you go. Down you go. Down you go. Do the thing too. This looks really goofy. Okay.
Leave while you still can. Got you now. Got you now.
Okay, so that's.
Got you now. Got you now. Got you now.
Gotcha.
Got you now.
Pulls out his silver sword. That one.
Down you go.
Oh, I didn't even realize they give little descriptions. Easily hits moving opponents. Using close range, few openings. Huh. Assumes soul gauge. No gauge lost when soul charged. A plus B come into play there? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. So you basically grab and then press A plus B like right away. Okay. Okay, so you can use it. That's a thing. I'm sure they can probably get out of it though. Is that a combo? Oh, looks like a combo. Okay. That doesn't help.
Down you go.
That's it. Oh. It's got a little dodgy thing. Whoa, come on. Dance. That's neat though. Can I follow with anything? Or is it just like...
Deserve that.
Okay, so that's cool. So that is like an impact. That's gonna be fun. Soul charge thing. Huh. Oh, so we can just keep going with it.
Let's go. Down you go.
That's like a... I want to see what that is when he attacks. Let's set him to... Okay. Crumples almost there. I don't want to do this though.
Let's go.
That's just... Okay, so that gotcha, so it turns into ignorant. What is that? Oh, that's just his... That's just that in general. Okay, I see. has no armor. Okay, so it has a bit of startup to it. Okay, we're gonna set him to Kemi quickly and guard after. That's not right. Combo that? Oh, we can. Okay. It's a combo now.
Now take my steel. Not your lucky day. Let's dance. Stand up. Now take my steel. Not your lucky
71 damage. Not that bad. There's nothing I can really do after that. I don't think. That wall bounces. I'm gonna straight up grab him. How much damage this does.
Now take my steel.
66? That is 66.
Let's dance. Stand up. Now take my steel.
Alright, that does more.
Let's dance.
Ah, there is.
Now take my steel. Not your lucky day. Let's dance. Let's dance. Let's dance. Let's dance. Let's dance. Let's dance.
Yeah, that's still a thing.
Now take my steel. Not your
This is 1 damage more than it would have before.
Let's dance.
I don't think I can do a whole lot of crazy juggles with that.
Let's dance. Stand up. Now take my steel. Not your lucky day.
That's right. Anything I can do after that? No. Okay. Alright, that's enough messing around. Now back to the moves. Stand. Okay, that's basic. Oh, okay. Okay, that's a thing. Yeah, that's not gonna be a thing. That's not gonna be a thing either.
Down you go. Got you now. Let's dance.
Probably combo into that. Yep.
Stand up. Now take my steel.
77. That does more than this goofy little thing does. Because the scaling.
Got you now.
And he doesn't really have a whole lot of... You know, this one's way too negative.
Let's dance. This is for show. Down you go. Down you go. Let's go. Enough for you. Let's go. Enough for you. Let's go. Let's go. Down you go. Burn. Take that. Got you now.
Eh. That seems more useful as just like a pushback against the wall, maybe. Not really a whole lot I can do after that, though.
Let's dance.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a... Okay. That wasn't the move that he was trying to do, though. B... Oh, I see. Ah. Time fight. Nah, that's too slow.
Stay down.
Is there a way to set air control? I can't remember. Yeah. There we go. Let's just random. Yeah, I didn't think that was real. That seems to be real, though. Yeah, that seems to track. Yep. Oh, that juggles. Okay.
Stand up.
He's got a lot of combos into his super.
Now take my steel.
Not your lucky day.
91 damage, jeez. That's... Is that a tech trap?
Fight. Let's dance. Stand up. Now take my steel.
Not your lucky day.
Okay, well that got... It's still pretty nuts. Is this just... Is he getting up attacking? Yeah, he's getting up attacking. I need to try other Ukemis.
This is our show.
Well, I just found something stupid.
Stand up. Now take my steel.
Not your lucky day.
It's really dumb.
Down you go. It isn't for show.
Alright then. Let's see if he can Ukemi sideways out of it. He's got to be able to Ukemi sideways, right? Oh my gosh. Okay, okay. So if I time that, then yeah, that catches Ukemi on all sides. Let me try left now, because it looks like there might have been a little spot where I missed on the left. Yeah, okay. Oh my. That catches all of Ukemi's. Let me test this. We're gonna set his Ukemi to random. The timing's a little strict. Okay, he was able to block it that time. So it seems like there's a way to get out of it. Well then, Geralt's busted. It's official, guys. It's about all there is to it. One second. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so if he just gets up without Ukemi or anything like that, he just gets up guarding, then he can block it. But if he does any Ukemi, then this is just a loop. Seems like it ends at the wall though.
Stand up. Now take my steel. Not your lucky day.
Okay. Right up and they only if they do like the up tag if they did the yeah like that.
Fight.
That's amazing.
Fight.
So that basically forces them to get up and block. There's nothing else they can do, unless I'm like against a ledge, in which case they can sometimes side tech out of it. So we need to try this now. No Ukemi. So yeah, that catches them if they try rolling. Let me actually see. Is there a way to roll? Like, never. Yeah, I'm just, my mind is blown. There's no way they're gonna let that stay. I mean, yeah, he can block it. Seems kind of very selective though. Alright. We'll keep going through his move list here. was that. Okay, that's what that was. Any air control out of that, though? Another air control is set to random. Yeah, it seems like that's just a guaranteed combo. Yep, they can't air control that. That's awesome. So that's a guaranteed combo without using meter. Keep that at random. Alright, I'm gonna, geez, it's been 4.5 hours. Oh, this game's so fun. I haven't even really dove into much of it yet. There's still so much to do. So yeah, I'm gonna take a break from this game. I already made some prior obligations to fight a dude in Street Fighter. We're doing this, like, kind of league thing with our Discord, so I'm gonna do that, and then I'll probably get back on this game. Might have some dinner first, might take a break, we'll see. But yeah, let me just close here and we'll go from there.